That's enough of that. But hi. Hey, how's it going? Oh my god. Uh, to you guys in the future, this is a month after the last stream. But yeah, we're back. Let me just turn this back on. Alright, let me turn this on. And then, like, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. And hopefully, for the sake of today, it's going to be the last stream of the greatest Turner Chronicles. Ooh. God, just the last month was such an insane ride. I want to play the game, but I don't even know if I should. I kind of want to just talk about this shit. Oh, oh, it's been so good. It's been so good. But I missed you, stream. Oh, I've missed you, chat. But welcome to the stream. Oh my god. I may or may not have just woken up. I kind of wanted to stream earlier. And I just passed out. Which is a good sign for the first stream after like a month gone. A day of firsts all around. And I don't even have the game up. Professional streamer, by the way. There we go. Oh, that looks normal. Let's just, no, just clip it. Okay. But yeah, how's it going, chat? How's life been? There you go. This might be better. Oh, forgive me. Just give me like a second to like still wake up. While I just ruminate the joy of actually being back. God, a part of me feels like it's a little underwhelming to like stream the greatest Eastern Chronicles as like the first game on coming back. Maybe it fits. It is set in like Japan, sort of. But I don't think I have a lot of options. I'm either playing Elden Ring or I'm playing PoE after this. Actually, that's not true. Maybe Mikey was right. Maybe I should have just, like, streamed, what do you call that shit? Disco Elysium. Yeah, I'm just very awake right now. It's amazing. What do I fucking eat if I need to, like, just wake up fast? I need energy, I need to fucking be alive. And I'm failing right now. You know what? I'm just gonna play the game. It's okay. It's fine. Dude, I don't even know what this is. I do not remember where I am. I know this was for the Hound of Baskervilles. That part I remember. I also remember just not having fun. But it's fine. I can't be mad at you. Stream. This game fucking sucks. Oh, we're starting the trial. Right. Ah, Gina. How you holding up? I'm trying to feel quite warmly towards your frequent cold shoulders now. No, bro. You think I didn't deal with enough Sundays while I was out there? Chinny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Also, I just don't remember the voices that I gave to any of these characters. Or even the characters themselves. Is that like... Is the back of her collar ripped off? Or is that like... just a sharp edge to the collar? Or like the turn? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? Oh, I sort of remember. I remember the leprechaun voice. I really like the leprechaun voice for, was it McGinney? Whatever. The fucking Willy Wonka dude. He was awesome. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. You know what? Yeah, that's probably a good point. I need to look through all this shit. Okay, so let me see if I can piece it together from memory. Merchant issued by the pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windybank, in the form of some notes on the back of a photograph. Yeah, so both of these had cat pictures from different perspectives because there was like this obsession with stereoscopy. Like stereoscopic images with this entire case of this random cat, which I think like this cat's going to be more important for whatever reason later on. One small box. This was for... Was this also for McGinnis? And McGinnis is apparently just not a part of this. Yeah, we have the Mario Bros. Oh, so we already did that. So this is the second part of the trial. Okay. Yeah, this was found in the pawnbrokery. I wonder how this is going to be relevant. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, so we went through that cross-examination. That's where we found the bullet, the disc. The disc we haven't like really brought up yet. Moreover, um, the Edgar Benedict guy, this guy has not shown up in the stand yet. So I guess this is like the person coming in next. Presumably. We haven't found anything of note with her, with him, with her, and like how she's related to McGinnis. Or him. Even though he's been here every single case, we only met him like twice. On like day one, not day one. We met him after we got here. So it was the third case. Oh my god. We got to the UK in the third case. Okay, I've been thinking. I think it's like better to like view this game as like an adventure, a point and click adventure game, and less like a Phoenix Wright game with the mysteries and the murders. Because as a point and click adventure game, I think it's okay. But I don't think it's necessarily good, even as just like a point and click adventure game. I think during its height, the other point and click adventure games better. Like, games were better. Oh, right, it's a third bullet, so what gun fired that shot? Signs of single discharge. Signs of single discharge. So I guess that's going to be the weapon we find on Egg. Alright, let's just keep going. Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm still innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why won't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Yeah, why the fuck are you not telling us? Aside from, oh, we need it for, like, plot convenience. It was after we'd had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-in-1, to Windybank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a whack, and that's when... What you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did, and the next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun on the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what... Bro, really? I was like, oh, Windy Bank was pointing the gun and you like fought it back because you thought, no, you just grabbed the gun off the counter and was like, aha, and now for, like, what? What the fuck? We're 16 minutes into the stream and I just, like, rambled for, like, the first 5 of it. And I already hate the fucking game again. Gina, what? Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? The Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. A story. I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? No, but... Iris, fuck off. This is not a sweet moment. She's so fucking dumb. You're so fucking stupid. Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. So did he walk out? And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. So he did. Okay, but then how was he killed? Because I thought someone walked in, killed him in here, and then left. Yeah, because this is in the storeroom. He was shot in here, and then bled out. It was from the back. Are these burn marks? Does that mean, like, he was shot from up close? But wait, no. Actually, no, it could be. It's like the door's right here. Someone popped him up here, shot him. He just dropped over there, and Ginny was already passed out. I own back in the storeroom, like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... 2 gunshots. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. Oh, you saw that and you passed out. Two going off almost simultaneously. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windingback might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cub's gun. I figure I put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windingback was a goner. I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when he passed out, you know? If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Okay, wait. Wait. Yeah, he saw that, and then, like, she just passed out. It'll be alright, Jenny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cub, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. Okay, so he's the killer. If you just opened with that, it would have been so fucking free. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gino. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Aldo. Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the Bachtrotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't... But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gino. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it sounds, and strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it was me. It wasn't me who done it. Yeah, we still don't know who that girl is. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. Myself! My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Like, he didn't even defend you, bro. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Yes, belief. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you, so you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Oh, was I calling him McGinnis or something? Begilded, Mikrich. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. Do we? And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Have you? Yes. That's really all we need to know. Is it? Exactly. I'm just kidding. I don't think she's the murderer. Like, if it wasn't incredibly fucking obvious, it's fucking Eggert Beggert. But like, you're making this so much harder than it needs to be. Mr. Nara Odo, sniffle, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately? Yeah. Yes, of course. Thank you. Hi, mochion arigatou gozaimasu. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another, and I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith on you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Oh, thank you. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh, you're still here. I hereby call this court in order. To order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Dykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Grexon's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Alright, then what was the point? Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Oh my god, you're still gonna be here. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. It was fucking awful, wasn't it? Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. This is not just fucking... Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The accusation, naturally. I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking service from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oh yeah, where was his blood found? I think that's what I've been missing because I couldn't remember it. Right, this one. Oh. So we're either looking for a gun from him or we're looking for an injury on him. And I think it's going to be an injury on him to prove that he was there. Strip. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, some small consolation at least. Let us not uphold Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel will proceed with the cross-examination. So, we mood again. Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Okay. Are we actually still holding the hat? The accusation. Okay, we're not. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. The witnesses here testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. I mean, we can prove that he was there with the disc, but are you seriously ridiculous with these thugs to... No. Have you seen these two men before? This pair. No, I do not associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in black. This is farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Honestly, I'm down with that. It was this guy's. 1v1 him right now. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such an Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You were able to prove that? Objection. Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. The fact that there's multiple fucking chances is so good. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can he be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Rude? How fucking dare you? Sorry, I'm just doing some slight rearrangement. Okay, we're good. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. It's a bitter pill to regurgitate. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales. Okay. What's up? Do you have something to say about that, Luigi? What? Me? No. Luigi. You know, from right next to you, Mario. Right. I've had it up to ear with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not big, bruv, sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Call blimey, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Nope, thoughtless. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Grayson just spoke? This is so fucking stupid. Like, because there were like tools for the other ones. Apollo apparently had like supervision. Apollo apparently just had supervision, and like Phoenix had the Magatama, which was like literal spirit power by Maya. This is just like, oh, they just start acting really fucking weird, and then I can just tell. Just what? What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all. Just... Oh, hang on. I should probably turn myself down a little bit. I just noticed my audio. Holy shit, that looked fucked up, but okay. Like, I'm trying to give the game the benefit of the doubt. Like, I'm trying. Really. As much as I was shitting on it at the beginning, like, I'm genuinely trying to stay invested, and then you pulled this fucking bullshit. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course, it was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? No! No, Capcom, this is not Von Karma. Neither of the Von Karmas. Don't you dare fucking put that evil on them. Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I should be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Judge, if you let this shit fly after he was like, oh yeah, like, I knew him from 2 days ago where he got shot, it was on the night of the crime, like... This game sucks. This game is... It's trash. Like, it's... Fuck, dude. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already stated, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where... Like... I know in the past games, like in the past Phoenix Wright games, like, there have been ridiculous points by the witnesses that the judge just lets slide. But the judge also sides with Phoenix a lot of the times. In this instance, like, that was just such an outrageous and blatant thing that we just found out from him. And the judge is like, if the judge just goes, oh, okay, it's whatever, then like, nah, bro. I'm just not gonna play the second half of the game. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any involvement, in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Because if that was the game's way of telling us, oh, he has a shoulder injury, like, presenting it this way is so dumb. It's so dumb. Man was killed. I mean, he wasn't on any of the pictures. Do I just present the disc? Alright, you know what? Let's press it first. Never had anything to do with it. You forgot that I was there, Mr. Raiden, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article.
Is that right?
No idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Okay. Alright. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Grex showed us a picture beforehand, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windy Banks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. It's almost like he's wearing the exact same outfit. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. Yeah, he just said he wasn't picking something up, but like... Fucking... I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened before? That's all I was going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. It's almost like we can use all of it. But you just fucking refuse to. Okay. Do with the pawnbroking establishment. No, you just... Oh my god. Do I just present the picture? By the victim. Before I present this, let me look at some other stuff. With 3 eyewitness testimonies, however, surprise 4 testimony results in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Oh, what is here? There is a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Hmm.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Whitneybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on that disc. That's not particularly small, but okay. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of that person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. I mean, the fact that Luigi blatantly told us about the arm... I'll shut up, it's fine. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admitted now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn? I mean, perjury, because you just said you were looking to buy something, and like now you're saying you did rent something at the pawnbroker. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded, but the item belongs to me." The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation, and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night. Where did we get the disc again? Was it from Gina? Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGill, did you say, the famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, that disc was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Do we have to? We're just gonna ignore all of the random fucking bullshit? Okay. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. That was the third one, wasn't it? You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that says, "For McGilded." I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in the area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket, the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade was a filthy gutterling, lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequents. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. I mean, that's the objection you have? Like, she's a diver. This is how she makes a living. Well, of course you would take that stance, but that girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Oh, whoops. Had you ever been to Windybanks before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
I mean, I feel like the evidence was self-evident. That it was McGilded's coat, and he doesn't even fit in it. There's just... Oh my god, yes. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? What you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, sonotori this. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contribution to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out while we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. It's like there's something going on between everyone that we don't know about, Phoenix. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps he's something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's desk. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Or if he has some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at the windbanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested in suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for it, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay. What reason could there be? So this is his thumbprint, right? Has been a... No, the blood on it's Mr. Mason's. Huh. Because I thought, like, he scratched his thumb and, like... Is it this? No. Was there anything missing between these two pictures that I'm not noticing? Like, there's two torn sheets. There's still two torn sheets. There's a lamp which broke during this altercation. Is the doll still there? It is. Doll, skull, paper, dog, cat. Yeah, everything else seems to be in order. Something from McGilded's. Okay. The music disc,
Objection.
Okay, it's not this.
Objection.
Oh, the reason I'm loading is just, like, it's faster than, like, going through the random bullshit. So, like, just... It's fine, it's fine. Oh, it's because I'm presenting it on this. Okay, so...
Objection.
But, like, the coat doesn't fit him. Like, do we have that as evidence?
Objection.
Coat, box. So just the box? Disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that. And you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windybanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah, there were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah, This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I love these guys so much. They're so good. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Is this a faster version of the song? It kind of feels like it, but I might just be like slow right now. Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed that small box that very night, does it?
Objection.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Okay, how do you know that? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir! What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. Does the police just not have cameras? As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter. Please stop explaining this. I haven't played the game in a month and I still remember. Come on. Yes. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Are we actually playing Spot the Difference? It doesn't appear stereoscopic. Though I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Yeah, I don't really see anything immediately. Like, these are still here. Like, going through the shelves one at a time. Yeah, I don't see anything. Like the horse? No. The drawers, the cabinets. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Stereoscope it. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. The UR's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah, I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGillicud's pawn box. I mean, McGillicud's box wouldn't be there, it'd be in the back. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. These two photographs really are the exact same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishments. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Between 11 and 2 a.m. I'm just gonna present the stereoscopic thing. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've cut the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eye compulsion. You're so fucking right. Sure, number 3. What a surprise. Yeah. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this bad boy shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. I thought it was going to be the time for sure. This is, like, really far apart. But okay. Oh, this was moved? I wasn't sure at first, but... There's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Versus location discrepancy. Oh, okay. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Oh, he actually does look adorable. He looks so regal. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillicud's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillicud is, in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints? Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright. McGillicud's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved Like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to the... Are you serious, Van Zykes? The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Van Zykes, that was your defense? We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet, common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Van Zykes, have you ever drank from your hallowed chalice? If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Okay, wait. I just realized, like, he was like, oh, I shared my interest of collecting rare music box discs from As with McGilded. But then, like, he also wanted the coat that clearly didn't fit. Like, are we really You know, that does make rather a lot of sense, does it? It's not as if it was gold or jeweled, is it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGill is rich. Oh my fucking god, but you can't quite deposit mark. I'm quite certain of that. Oh my god. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. Like, in the past games, like, a lot of the times, the prosecution had to be a little dumber because you had to refute their arguments. But in this case, it's just the entire court. It's just a fucking clown show. Like, this is somehow less realistic than Parrot on the Stand. Because, like, it's less realistic for people to be this fucking stupid. And it's an entire courtroom. I mean, the judge being this stupid is, like, established, sure. But, really? to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any way tangibly related to this case? Or in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know Megilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But, like, it's significant to him, so, like, that's still inherently a sound argument that they have to refute with evidence. Or with reasoning, because we already know he wanted the disc, so what the fuck? But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Megilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. It was. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Shinny, could it be that Van Sykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe, no. This could be a great opportunity for, even if the game says it was, that's like horseshit. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of the disc, of the things that Megilda deposited with Whitney Bank, is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. And have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. Megilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Whitney Banks by Mr. Megilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Dykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. I wonder if they're related. The articles that Mr. Megilda had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. Megilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in the trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither disc nor this small box being mentioned at the court in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him, please. You have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gino. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down to about his ears. So be it. I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. Yeah, that's not new, but alright. However, it would appear that Mr. McGillet's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Look, my love for Cosmo, like Van Zyke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin at the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream for over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went on to call the slops. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What he just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was brought into the court just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, you didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really to expect to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGillet's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, he has his back turned. Interesting. You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Huh. I wonder what's going on here. I wonder if, like, this dude and Lord Stroganoff are related. I guess. I mean, this could be, like, his son or something.
Excuse me.
You'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us. What is the discussion about? Oh, that's interesting. Like, we didn't actually know. We had to notice that because it wasn't, like, alerted. Discussion with this fellow? Put the other one. Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves with the witness giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Alright, so let's continue. So let's shoot now. were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances. Yeah, they're talking about, like, buying, or not buying something. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blue and loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could the disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with a knife in his belly up in the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was, and where I lived in that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened to the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair of there were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Oh, the fucking horse guy. You're so weird. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight. Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Oh, wait, wasn't McGilded wearing a black coat during that? Ah. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified at the trial, I believe. Oh, he's just so cute, though. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. I didn't actually remember that. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do run the pawn shop. They used tin as coin? That pawn shop obviously being Windybank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false information in that testimony as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zykes. Let's go ahead and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the box trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay them money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. It's almost like it was incriminating evidence. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Can we examine the coat? Do we have that or no? I don't think I saw that. No. Okay. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, much like right now, a few seconds ago. A negotiation concerning this disc, however... I mean, we don't know that. Because they were talking about buying or not buying something. I mean, we don't know if it's necessarily the disc or something else. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, the disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I mean, it doesn't really prove shit, but okay. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should have done with the ticket. I mean, the cub died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the article as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this desk. Possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Can we play the disc already? My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Which evidence? Is it the music box or is it the stuff from Windybanks? The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I wonder if the music box is literally just... or the small box is just a music box. Okay, I'm gonna go take a piss, because I've had to for a while. So I'm going on a little break. But yeah, BRB chat. Be good while I'm gone. Ooh, okay, we're back. How's it going, chat? Damn, that was good. That was definitely needed, for sure. Ooh. What's in the box? So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. Begilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open and see what's inside. Is it a music box? That's crazy. Good gracious. This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGill's disc deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not in McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Will the court now listen to this curious disc at last? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to everyone's. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. That's your reasoning? This disc may very well have motivated the culprit, in this case, to commit the murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please, play the disc. You didn't take the paper off? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. We have someone that could decode Morse code like right here. Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. No, it's fucking not. Do we have to actually prove this? Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officers sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. No. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No. Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this box is... Morse code! It could be an unusual genre of music that none of us are familiar with, except the lady sitting at the jury right now. Counsel, would you care to elaborate on that remark? Well, it could be a new style of music that's about to take over the world. No! Fucking let me answer it! I think not, Counsel. This monotonous nonsense could be pleasing to no one's ears, surely. Well said, my lord, and here's to my learned friend seeing the remark's true meaning. Music, or whatever you want to call it, has to be relevant somehow. Which might actually be the point. Let's see if they grasp the question better next time around. Oh, yeah, because it's not supposed to be music, it's supposed to be a message. Right. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. No.
Objection.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. Pray tell us what they are. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not... It will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. That got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Yeah, no shit. Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, the music box isn't broken. It must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Game, why do you insist on wasting my time? Ah, could it be... Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking the exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by the music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. One single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. Alright, in that case, let me just, Is that lady even... like, in my core records? I don't think so, right? Yeah, jury members aren't on there. Okay. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Box is... How do I tell them it's Morse code?
Take that!
Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's right. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. No, no, no. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say it, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code, but I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Order, order, please everyone, order! But this is high treason counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed at the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank, that being a most flagitious offense for which the law of the land sanctions capital punishment, but the heinous act of high treason no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may. Gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. What? I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? My name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to steal our own motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into some gaff the other night, like what you told us to do. If you known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon there. We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Hold it!
So is the newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. In general, members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. I guess. Insurer number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. And he's received the top prize as the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. Well, idle would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. You should really pick our idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. I feel like that was pretty compelling evidence, but fucking... Alright, whatever, dude. They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I will be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Can we write it down on paper? So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Write down whatever letters it's making. Ha 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 ha. Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Oh, is this evidence? Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Oh yeah, there's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same, so a single tone produced by this will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Yes. It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? It's this right here. Desperate. One sound. What? Oh, do I have to open it first? Sure, no. There's something about that music box. There has to be. Hmm.
Hold it! Objection!
Oh, what is it, Runo? Oh, just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens, and we've already done this! This is bullshit, by the way. Like, this is fucking... Like, really? I couldn't present it the first time? Oh, we can't even see the teeth anymore. Alright, whatever.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has hold, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
Oh, I don't have his profile anymore. But he's relevant to the case. Just... okay. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilda to negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Raiden told you to, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Slummy thought he was just popping over for a natter after all these years, but the Rotter had a dodgy job for us. Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Surely. There's no China. I think he actually has got. Oh, is it supposed to be a greyhound and like a bulldog? I kind of see it. Yeah. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Ooh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now and he's all fancy in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was fond. He was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, that geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the courtroom is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental... Yeah, it's like they've known each other for, like, a long time. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Oh, wait a fucking second. Is it this?
Objection.
Really? Alright, so there, that's his dad. That's his dad. Okay. Bro, what? What do you mean that doesn't work? I'm just gonna save before everything, cause like that should have worked. Fuck you, game. Fuck this.
Hold it.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. Yeah, is that how you got another Milverton? That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought a clever clogs...
Hold it.
Enough of this.
Objection.
Clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. Yeah, so they're about to say that's his name. Tell me, why is it... It was only at the moment of the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject. Because well... It weren't the happiest times he came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much. His wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, you see. But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton, so that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been at Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah, well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security, although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow, I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. Is it? Was it ever? I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay, I'm just gonna save, because that should have worked, but like, it's fucking bullshit. That's what I insinuated, but we just need the profile, I guess. Whatever.
Hold it.
Alright, does anything change here, or do I just like present?
Objection.
Okay, Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think there's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And, as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say... Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Fabulous. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus Begilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in his pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Or are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah, 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around along Sholmes' waist, and the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Milverton, that wound on your arm, you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? You got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And, as you've noticed, I sustained my injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well... we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Shalm's waist. Sorry, 1 second. I got nourishment. Hmm. Oh, it's always just so good. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by the third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? Holy shit. What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment where I shot him. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case. And now my hand's firmly around the neck of your client. Judge, are you listening to this, or are you like lucid dreaming again? What are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Judge? Well, it would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Game. If you acknowledge that it's theatrical fucking bullshit, and then you do it anyway, that doesn't make it sarcastic. You're just fucking forcing everyone to listen to your bullshit. It seems we're finally in... fuck it. Yeah, Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. You've besmirched the Zeppeli name. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When the Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. claim, sir, under oath, that you have clearly seen the defendant pull the trigger. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, it's almost like he just pulled it out of his ass. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the bomb worker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. It's all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. No, it fucking wouldn't. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the court as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagents used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right, I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny, I'm going to shoot. That's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That's staining from 2 months ago. Also, like, it's not in her undershirt. It's like... Or in her undercoat. Or on the bag. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to this test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Right, sorry about that. Lord Van Dykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we wait the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Once I find the blood on my overcoat, Gina will be counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, we don't like violence. This is the very carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little broke, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun in the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot, and the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. After he got shot with his gun? And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in at about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Oh, didn't see nothing of the sort. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The defendant. Does it mention he was shot through the back? Single move from the back. Go raise your gun and point it straight at the man. And then what did you see next?
Hold it!
Comments discovered the defendant was found with the gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybag's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from the Windybag's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no, that's not the argument, bro. Like, she took the pawnbroker's gun. The pawnbroker didn't have a... Oh my fucking god. Can we prove that? There are just so many points of contradiction, but like, the game wants a specific one out of all of them, and if I don't, I get penalized for it. Calm yourself, counsel. What? You must consider the events in order. I am. Everything you've said so far is bullshit. Why do we have to refute this? At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, that little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybag's blood, is it? No, that's right, it's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father...
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Van Zykes, are you listening to this shit? Who are you? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up. Made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy it up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag! Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Maybe he actually is they're talking about her brother. Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me, Whistle. By the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rack sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Cor, blimey, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Regsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of his character. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there we have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Stains appear they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. And a report. Goodness me. See, how did they know it was from a gunshot wound? Because it was from a stabbing. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And now we've already talked about this. Brandon is a murderer. Your conduct shatters any respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was, I call it apparently disgrace treachery is what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that. Can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' formula chemical. Mr. Sholmes' a detective, not a chemist. He's kind of both, actually. Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? Are you also a chemist? I held out piroshki to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. Oh my god. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? Oh, thank you. Alright, you're human. Kind of. Not really, but like, thank you. As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Look at the fucking poses, my lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I mean, that last two kind of sounds like the Zamisi from Bloodlines. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Oh, he does drink it. Whoa, animations. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. It's Herlock Sholmes. Fucking crazy. Oh. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah. Mr. Sholmes, what is the meaning of this? Order, order, order. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. It appears to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you would humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us that time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. No, we've mostly wasted time in the court, as I was saying. Having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Oh, he's here with us. Nice. My dear fellow. I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? Alright. I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. Whatever, even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see just how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me on my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, and oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. A lavender furoshiki wrapping by Sato, a leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving this to you. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sasatha-san. Whatever could it be? What is that? Oh, it's the machine I made. Look, I use this as my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. It makes a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in 10 seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Sus Otto muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Otto made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. So like the peephole is like a cat flap. Not at all cryptic then. So I used this cat flap at that night, but why? I really didn't notice that. Oh my god. We're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. To interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then if Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I want to remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitted protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further? My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match the machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flap-O-Mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. While a guy's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Yeah, okay. I leave this in your capable hands. Sholmes out. Mr. Sholmes. Oh no, he's gone. Oh, is he gonna be on the ground? Or not? To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well, then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. I wonder if I could have, like, presented the two pictures. Ooh. Yeah, new music. Oh, this is pretty good. Like, what peephole? Oh, I can continue presenting.
Objection.
Okay. In that case, what am I presenting? Yeah, it's like no flap. Yes, flap.
Hold it! Objection!
I mean, that part's a lie, because I got to present too. Alright, whatever.
Objection! Objection!
It's like, I can already see it, but like, what does the game want?
Objection!
No, let's not.
Objection!
Really? What on earth is that eccentric contraption council? Ooh, it's my cat Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. I can cut through any door we can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago. We arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard. It was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see what was inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in that door. I said so. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the people in the storeroom, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. This is such a random fucking Deus Ex Machina, but alright, this is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order. Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm amazed that didn't work for your own actual testimony. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That is absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. It's the exact same animation. Well. Ah, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling. The Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at the mini was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat Flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimension of the peephole at the Winnie Banks are an exact match. Well, it's like he's a loss for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Now it's my learned student friend turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has the dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Sykes? I was like a few steps ahead, but sure, they had to like go through all this garbage. It's very simple, my lord. They just love their own writing, bro. They just can't get enough. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Okay. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Sykes. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Saltasan is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. And not before, can I... Is the picture gonna work? Either of these pictures should work. What are you? Approved for the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The storeroom door is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh. Order, order, order. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know. We now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zykes. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. No, but his testimony's meaningless now. Like, that. This also proves that we don't know if Gina fucking killed him. Fuck. I was there at the scene of the crime. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. No, because the victim's dead. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now. Are they? I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat's been bolted. The cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says. One lie begets another. Oh wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. So, it could be the third gun, or the bloodstains on the coat, because he wouldn't have known about that. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how? Whoa! PC Invasion, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, dude. How's it going? But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it right through the peephole in the... No! The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Oh, so like, were all three of them correct answers in that one? Because he wouldn't know about the third gun unless he had the third gun. He wouldn't know about the peephole unless he came in after, and he wouldn't know about the bloodstains on the coat because, well, he wouldn't be able to see it unless he shot Windy Bank himself. Well, obviously, has the cat got your tongue, witness? Aha! I see what you did there, Judge. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars. Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. I just struggled with that, and consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door, so the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now that I put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh, was Gregson involved, actually? It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Was it Toby?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1 hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. I kept wanting to say third gun. You're suggesting to the court that, I mean, that also kind of works. That it was while this trial was in progress that he received this information. so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fellow? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Yeah, during Lestrat's testimony, since they've been full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jenny was testifying, and you just fucking called it out. Bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. I don't know why that was so hard to say. That's it, it was during that testimony. Finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been impossible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nifani student's specialty. I don't do that, but with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Is it the other... I think it's the other disc. Like the one with the long notes. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Maria, do you think it could be... Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer, Counsel.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at the Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGild's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh... Order. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. And then whatever it is of Mr. McGill down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in stealing government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs. You did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would have accepted a gentleman's agreement on the matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has a second disc actually on his person. Defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just writing Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true, I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means that the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Yeah, search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nippani stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Objection. Defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? That you wanted to search me. No, no, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. He's doing what you all have told him to, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in the court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. Defense demands that it be searched at once. Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. I thought that was disagreeing, and so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Well, counsel.
Take that! Objection!
See, my Japanese friend does not understand the gravity of the requesting search. Okay, so we're on the right track. We're on the right track. We're on the right track.
Take that! Objection!
I kind of wanted to like search Stroganoff, but I guess not. Oh. Oh.
Take that!
Because they had an argument. Oh, my lord. Mr. Nash skulking. Because, like, when he fucking grabbed him and shook him around. Oh. Okay, you know what? That's kind of a good one. That's kind of a good one. That's kind of a good one. Well, I never. Me? Him? I fucking love those two, actually. Very well then, bailiff. Restrained the witness and conducted thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, has to object to the search. No, you don't. Fuck off. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution of the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Yes, because, like, he fucking grabbed him. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah, here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing of that. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus Begilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Mr. Sulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't do nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Ah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Fuck. While Mr. Grayson answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Mr. Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me knocking was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue, he just suddenly turned and grabbed me. Whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention that third gun? When he got to the station, that's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. And yet it's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it. You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Hush, hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in a court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Are we good? It was like 2 seconds. Hi, Shiva, bro. Alright. You took steps to hide the disc you had acquired for the witness. Ah, does this mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Bro, what is all this bullshit? How is this so fucking long? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Please, just fuck off, bro. Clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed the disc on to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the door flap? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, strike a deal with detective. All of it is a young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of that is about. Oh my fucking god, bro. This cannot be real. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Please, game! Nevertheless, in the absence of any further fucking evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury with their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. No, it's really fucking not. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of an idol, stop. Detective is very much has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say. The jurors they're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Final decisions, no. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence to this. Well then, the question then becomes, how the fuck did that dude get the disc? Are we just not gonna fucking talk about it? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence thus far, that just like, it's dogshit court, whatever. Calling jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. To make the deal, he clearly struck with Raiden.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGillet's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc console.
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not, Wolf? Because, well... Because it got nothing to do with his case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprised of 2 distinct tones. Defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential details to a witness. Then you continue to lie to court, all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by the music box. Come on, Van Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Oh, he's back. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, both discs are playing simultaneously. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop. What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing. And no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You... Traitor! Well, this is just happening in the courtroom. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man. At once. That's it then. It's all over. Please, just let it be fucking over, bro. Game. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a quiet talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections at the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But he must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man, but poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I had told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I had asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was, so after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge. As anyone with even the remotest of knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background at all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Or are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in his courtroom to ensure he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly, McGilded said that day, was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis soon as I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded uses wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Oh, his stick's back. An eye. For an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc. Which your father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, purely because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Oh, the fun part is these really were his discs. They weren't Lestrade's. Lestrade's just a fucking clown. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box I need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. Well, what's this? Wendy Bank's pawnbrokery. Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put a jewel in the pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. Now, when you first met, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another one of McGild's pawns. He must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork and on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Wendy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGild's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilder was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box that sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. When I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, The bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo ever realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting fucking trial. However, it would seem that the last we ever had the truth, Inspector Gregson would have Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and stealing government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
It's just, I love that he uses his face. But no, this wasn't, like, it's fine, we did it, but this feels like, this feels less like success and more like I finally fucking made it through it and I just never want to see any of these characters ever again. It's just finally, Runo, except you, you're pretty good. You finally managed to do it, finally, is the word. I really wasn't sure if it'd come out on top for a while there. Sussy was right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Huh? What are you looking at me for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also intended to abscond with Mr. McGillard's property, it seems. Never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGillard's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. We're going to party with Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music boxes containing the message was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world it seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than a meaningless series of two different notes. Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all. The music box again. Are you out of your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Does this contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum just because of the nature of the government's communications. We know McGilder conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Almost like it's going to be very important for the second half of the game that we're never ever going to play, Mr. Lestrade. Yeah, me lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on. Ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta start how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Ms. Sheena Lestrade, not guilty. Fire hazards. Doesn't he touch? That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Ah, oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. So what, it was Kazuma? Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. And that day never came. Coming to be known as a Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago, It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Thanks, Dracula. Love you too. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Get to promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one, but now it's not so bad to trust now that you've trusted me, Naruto. Thank you. You've changed my life forever, but that's because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in a trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina. I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust in yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. To make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. That's the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. That comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when he finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Aha, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Ready to being cold as ice, maybe. What? Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally. It isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. No alarming, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course, the way I say the Reaper is a bit like I'm upstairs. I mean, like, yeah, I'm upstairs, knows what's what, right? And like on the inside, some cuz like that box trotter or rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGills of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. These adults didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was still hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the Boggart's stuff. What was in lug? Blah, blah, blah. Yes. I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still. It got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. And do something for all them lot like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Nothing. Carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? What was that for? I don't know, I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed, perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... That. Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all, in fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot, I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And now of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed he does! I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of the known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Never. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Oh, the background actually is moving. Oh. Animations. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave right now. You mean the one right there? Mr. Sato. Where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Sato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo. What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was just saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You saw this on? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mrs. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie. On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I saw Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself. How did you forget about this in your sleeve? I see. And then what the fuck? And then... Ah. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had up at my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first... It was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus Begilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? No. She was just explaining that, so is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just give me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied to the witness in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto. You saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mrs. Shroud's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box does contain secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the desk were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all. After all, we were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Asogi? That can't be a real word, can it? Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. But how do you know that name, Iris? I wrote down during the trial before when the message was playing in the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it, but whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of the Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Of course you did. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Yeah, okay. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Oh, what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in the long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code, so the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on the disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson? Tobias Gregson. Okay. What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? Just so strange, so unexpected. To keep us in suspense. Last name is J. Wilson. Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Papa? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. I wonder who A. Shin is. Like, do I know? No, 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 no. It's a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting Professor of Medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Wendybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. I hear the ship's going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the best, Mrs. Sato. I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Beria, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe still half asleep, if I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sasada takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as you were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-san's great legacy, Mr. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No. I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead, Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Narholdo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow, but not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. That's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like to do something so outrageous. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, a word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say, objection! Oh, it's over. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So advertising for sale used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. I've still waiting the manuscripts due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Right, sorry, I had to take that. Shit, I just missed like the entirety of the credits. That's fine. Oh, it's cute. Look at that. And we even have Wagahai. It's a pretty good picture. Oh, no, it's the actual credits. Oh, it's like a little anime ED. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that whole dude is still fucking rattling. Omnibus Japan Incorporated. Huh. I thought Hosonaga was going to be more relevant. He just kind of wasn't. That's weird, but okay. Oh, it's because he stopped right there after the second trial. And then we met her. Oh, fuck, dude. Nice. I like that dude. Holy shit, he's fucking huge, bro. Is he gonna do the dumb fucking horse dance? No? Okay, good. Alright, later, Leprechaun. I mean, we met Holmes before this. Oh, was he wearing Getha? Yeah, because that was like the only part of him that was sort of Japanese. Oh, I love these dudes. They're so fucking goofy. Oh, it's so good. It looked like she just spawned that bullet in her hand. Nice. That's pretty good. Alright. That's Finn. Awesome. Alright, so that's probably like the end of Chronicles for at least the moment. I'm not playing the second game immediately, and I might in the future. But I'll be honest, dude, compared to any of the other ones, I did not enjoy that as much. Like, Disco Elysium's like next on the list. And like, I do want to play the new League of PoE as well. I didn't get to touch video games at all for like the past month during the Japan ride. So for now, I kind of need to figure out a schedule. I'm thinking of like Disco Elysium during the weekends and PoE during like the weekdays. And like PoE, I don't know if I'm going to play that seriously this league, so like probably not. But there's a lot to experiment with, so maybe. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, that was the grand finale for Ace Attorney for now. Alright, you know what? Yeah, these are... Oh. What's it called? The Blossoming Attorney. Ooh. The music's different. Do we get to play someone else? Whatever, all this comes later. Either way, I think all this just comes way later in general. But for now, I think that's it for the stream. Thank y'all for being here, and hopefully I will see you probably not tomorrow. I'll think of the schedule. I'll like probably put it up on Discord. But yeah, for now this is goodbye. See y'all around.